रुद्राय तथा विनेक्षेत्राणां पतये नमो नमः सूताय हन्ताय वनानां पतये नमो नमो रोहिताय स्तपतये वृक्षाणां पतये नमो नमो मन्त्रिणे वाणिजाय कक्षाणां पतये नमो नमो भुवन्तये वारिवस्कृतायोषधीनां पतये नमो नमः उच्चैर्घोषाय ग्रन्थयते पत्नीनां पतये नमो नमः कृष्णवीताय धावते सत्त्वनां पतये नमः नमः सहमानाय निव्याधिन आव्याधिनीनां पतये नमो नमः ककुवाय निषङ्गिणे सेनानां पतये नमो नमो निषङ्गिन इषुधिमते तस्कराणां पतये नमो नमो वञ्चते परिवञ्चते सायूनां पतये नमो नमो निचेरवे परिचरायारण्यानां पतये नमो नमः सृष्टाविभ्यो जिगागुं सद्भ्यो मुष्णतां पतये नमो नमो सिमद्भ्यो नक्तं चरद्भ्यः प्रकृन्तानां पतये नमो नमः उष्णीषिणे गिरिचराय कुलुञ्चानां पतये नमो नमः इषुमद्भ्यो धन्वाविभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आतन्वानेभ्यः प्रतिददानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आयच्छद्भ्यो विसृजद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमो अस्यद्भ्यो विद्यद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आसीनेभ्यः शयानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्वपद्भ्यो जाग्रद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमः तिष्ठद्भ्यो धावद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमः सभाभ्यः सभापतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो अश्वेभ्यो अश्वपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः नमः व्याधिनीभ्यो विविद्यन्तेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः उगणाभ्यसृगंहतेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो गृत्सेभ्यो गृत्सपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो व्रातेभ्यो व्रातपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो गणेभ्यो गणपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो विरूपेभ्यो विश्वरूपेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो महद्भ्यगक्षुल्लकेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो रथेभ्यो रथेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो रथेभ्यो रथपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः सेनाभ्यः सेनानिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः शत्रुभ्यः सङ्ग्रहेतृभ्यश्च वो नमो नमस्तक्षभ्यो रथकारेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः कुलालेभ्यः कर्मारेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः पुञ्जिष्टेभ्यो निषादेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः इषुकृभ्यो दन्वकृभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो मृगयेभ्यः श्वनेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः श्वभ्यश्वपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः नमो भवाय च रुद्राय च नमः शर्वाय च पशुपतये च नमो नीलग्रीवाय च श्रीकण्ठाय च नमः कपर्दिने च व्युक्तकेशाय च नमः सहस्राक्षाय च शतधन्वने च नमो गिरिशाय च शिपिविष्टाय च नमो मेदुष्टमाय चेषुमते च नमो ह्रस्वाय च वामनाय च नमो बृहते च वर्षीयसे च नमो वृद्धाय च संवृद्वने च नमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय च नमः आशवे चाजिराय च नमः शीघ्रियाय च शीघ्राय च नमः ऊर्म्याय च वस्वन्याय च नमः स्रोतस्याय च दीप्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नमः पूर्वजाय च परजाय च नमो मध्यमाय च पगल्भाय च नमो जगन्याय च बुद्ध्याय च नमः सोभ्याय च प्रतिसर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नमः उर्वर्याय च कल्याय च नमः श्लोक्याय च वसान्याय च नमो वन्याय च कक्षाय च नमः श्रवाय च प्रतिश्रवाय च नमः आशुषेणाय चाशुरथाय च नमः शूराय चावविन्दते च नमो वर्मिणे च वरूतिने च नमो बिर्मिने च कवचिने च नमः श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दव्याय च हनन्याय च नमो दृश्यवे च प्रमृषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिने चेषुधिमते च नमः तीक्ष्णेशवे च युधिने च नमः स्वायुधाय च सुधन्वने च नमः श्रुत्याय च पत्याय च नमः काट्याय च नीप्याय च नमः सूर्याय च सरस्याय च नमो नाद्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कूप्याय च वट्याय च नमो वर्षाय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्युत्याय च नमः ईद्रियाय च तप्याय च नमो वात्याय च रेश्मियाय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च ॐ हर 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 ॐ नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमस्ताम्राय चारुणाय च नमः शङ्गाय च पशुपतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे वदाय च दूरे वदाय च नमो अन्त्रे च हनीयसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमस्ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयोभवे च नमः शङ्कराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवकराय च नमः कीर्त्याय च कुल्याय च नमः भार्याय च भार्याय च नमः प्रतरणाय चोतरणाय च नमः आतार्याय च लाद्याय च नमः शस्याय च पेन्याय च नमः सिकत्याय च प्रवाक्याय च नमः हिरण्याय च प्रपत्याय च नमः किगुंशिलाय च क्षयणाय च नमः कपर्दिने च पुलस्तये च नमो गोष्ट्याय च गृह्याय च नमः स्तल्प्याय च गेह्याय च नमः काट्याय च गह्वरेष्ठाय च नमो हृदयाय च निवेश्याय च नमः पागुंसव्याय च रजस्याय च नमः शुष्याय च हरिद्याय च नमो लोप्याय चोलप्याय च नमः ऊर्व्याय च सूर्याय च नमः पर्ण्याय च पर्णशद्याय च नमो पगुरमाणाय चाभिघ्नते च नमः आखिदते च प्रखिदते च नमो वकिरिकेभ्यो देवानागुं हृदयेभ्यो नमो वृक्षेणगेभ्यो नमो विचिन्वत्केभ्यो नमः आनिर्हतेभ्यो नमः आमीवत्केभ्यः द्रापे अन्धसस्पदे दरिद्रन्नीललोहिता येषां पुरुषाणां येषां पशूनां मावेर्मारोमो येषां किञ्चनाममत् या ते रुद्रशिवा तनो शिवा विश्वाहवेशजी शिवा रुद्रस्य भेषजी तया नो मृडजीवसे इमागुं रुद्राय तवसे कपर्दिने क्षयद्वीराय प्रवरामहे मतिम् यदा नश्यमसद्विपदे चतुष्पदे विश्वं पुष्टं ग्रामे अस्मिन्ननातुरम् मृडानो रुद्रोतनो मयस्कृति क्षयद्वीराय नमसा विधेमते यच्छञ्चयोश्चमनुरायजे पिता ददश्यामदवरुद्रप्रणीतौ मानो महान्तमुदमानो अर्भकं मानवुक्षन्तमुदमानवुक्षितम् मानो वदे पितरं मोत मातरं प्रियामानस्तनुवो रुद्ररीरिषः मानस्तोके तनये मान आयुषिमानो गोषुमानो अश्वेषुरीरिषः वीरान्मानो रुद्रभामितो बदीर्हविष्मन्तो नमसा विधेमते आराते गोग्नहुतपूरुषग्ने क्षयद्वीराय सुम्नमस्मेते अस्तु रक्षा च नो अधि च देव ब्रूयदा च नः शर्म यच्छद्विपर्वाः स्तुहि श्रुतं कर्तसदं युवानं मृगन्नभेममुपहत्ममुग्रम् मृडाचरित्रे रुद्रस्तवानो हन्यन्ते हस्मन्निवपन्तु सेनाः परिणो रुद्रस्य हेतुर्वृणक्तु परित्वेषस्य दुर्मतिरकायोः अवस्थिरा भगवद्भ्यस्तनुष्वमेन्वस्तोकाय तनयाय मृडय मीरुष्टमशिवतमशिवोणः सुमनाभव परमे वृक्ष आयुधं निधाय कृत्तिं वसान आचर पिनाकं बिभ्रदागहि विकिरितविलोकितनमस्ते अस्तु भगवः यास्ते सहस्रगुं हेतयोन्यभस्मन्निवपन्तु ताः सहस्राणि सहस्रदा बाहुवोस्तव हेतयः तासामीशानो भगवः पराचीनामुखाकृति सहस्राणि सहस्रशो ये रुद्रा अधिभूम्याम् तेषागुं सहस्रयोजने वदन्वाणि तन्मसि अस्मिन् महत्यण्डवेऽन्तरिक्षे भवादि नीलग्रीवा श्रीकण्ठाः शर्वा अधः क्षमाचराः नीलग्रीवा श्रीकण्ठादिवगुं रुद्रा उपश्रिताः ये वृक्षेषु सस्पिञ्जरा नीलग्रीवा विलोहिताः ये भूतानामधिपतयो विशिखासक्कपर्दिनः ये अन्येषु विविद्यन्ति पात्रेषु पिबतो जनान् ये पतां पतिरक्षय ऐलभृदायव्युदः ये तीर्थानि प्रचरन्ति शिखावन्तो निशङ्गिनः य एतावन्तश्च भूयागुंसश्च दिशो रुद्रावितस्थिरे देशागुं सहस्रयोजने वदन्वानि तन्मसि नमो रुद्रेभ्यो ये पृथिव्यां ये अन्तरिक्षे ये दिवि येषामन्नं वातो वर्षमिषवस्तेभ्यो दश प्राचीर्दश दक्षिणा दश प्रतीचीर्दशोदीचीर्दशोर्ध्वास्तेभ्यो नमस्ते नो मृडयन्तु ते यं विष्मो यश्च नो द्वेषितं भोजम्बे ददामि त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव वन्दनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् यो रुद्रो अग्नौ यो अप्सु य ओषधीषु यो रुद्रो विश्वा भुवना विवेश तस्मै रुद्राय नमोऽस्तु तमुष्टुभयस्वशो सुतन्वायो विश्वस्य क्षयति वेषजस्य यक्ष्वामहे सौमनसाय रुद्रं नमो बिर्देवमसुरं दुवस्य अयं मे हस्तो भगवान् अयं मे भगवत्तरः अयं मे विश्वभेषजो यं शिवाभिमर्शः ये ते सहस्रमयुतं भाषा मृत्यो मर्त्याय हन्तवे तान् यज्ञस्य मायया सर्वान् अवयजामहे मृत्यवे स्वाहा मृत्यवे स्वाहा ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय विष्णवे मृत्युर्मे पाहि प्राणानां ग्रन्थिरसि रुद्रो मा विशान्तकः तेनानेनाप्यायस्व सदा ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ अग्ना विष्णु सजोषसे मा वर्धन्तु वाङ्गिरः द्युम्नैर्वाजेभिरागतम् वाजश्च मे प्रसवश्च मे प्रयतिश्च मे प्रसिद्धिश्च मे धीतिश्च मे क्रतुश्च मे स्वरश्च मे श्लोकश्च मे श्रावश्च मे श्रुतिश्च मे ज्योतिश्च मे शुभश्च मे प्राणश्च मे अपानश्च मे व्यानश्च मे सुश्च मे चित्तं च महादीतं च मे वाक्च मे मनश्च मे चक्षुश्च मे श्रोत्रं च मे रक्षश्च मे बलं च महोजश्च मे सहश्च आयुश्च मे जरा च आत्मा च मे तनुश्च मे शर्म च मे वर्म च मे अङ्गानि च मे स्थानि च मे परुगुंषि च मे शरीराणि च मे जयश्चं च महाधिपत्यं च मे मन्युश्च मे वामश्च मे अमश्च मे अम्बश्च मे जेमा च मे महिमा च मे वरिमा च मे प्रतिमा च मे वर्ष्मा च मे द्रागुया च मे वृद्धं च मे वृद्धिश्च मे सत्यं च मे श्रद्धा च मे जगच्च मे धनं च मे वशश्च मे त्विषिश्च मे क्रीडा च मे मोदश्च मे जातं च मे जनिष्यमाणं च मे सूक्तं च मे सुकृतं च मे वित्तं च मे वेद्यं च मे भूतं च मे भविष्यं च मे सुखं च मे सुपदं च मरुद्धं च मरुद्धिश्च मे क्लिप्तं च मे क्लिप्तिश्च मे मतिश्च मे सुमतिश्च मे शंच मे मयश्च मे प्रियञ्च मे अनुकामश्च मे कामश्च मे सौमनसश्च मे भद्रञ्च मे श्रेयश्च मे वस्यश्च मे यशश्च मे भगश्च मे द्रविणञ्च मे यन्ता च मे धर्ता च मे क्षेमश्च मे धृतिश्च मे विश्वञ्च मे महश्च मे संविच्च मे ज्ञात्रञ्च मे सूश्च मे प्रसूश्च मे सीरञ्च मे लयश्च मरुतञ्च मे अमृतञ्च मे यक्ष्मञ्च मे नामयश्च मे जीवातुश्च मे दीर्घायुत्वञ्च मे नमित्रञ्च मे अभयञ्च मे सुखञ्च मे शयनञ्च मे सुषा च मे सुदिनञ्च मे ऊर्ज मे सुनृता च मे पयश्च मे रसश्च मे घृतं च मे मधु च मे सद्भिश्च मे सपीतिश्च मे कृषिश्च मे वृष्टिश्च मे जैत्रं च महोद्भिद्यं च मे रयिश्च मे रायश्च मे पुष्टं च मे पुष्टिश्च मे विभु च मे प्रभु च मे बहु च मे भूयश्च मे पूर्णं च मे पूर्णतरं च मे क्षितिश्च मे कूयवाश्च मे नं च मे क्षुच्च मे व्रीहयश्च मे यवाश्च मे माशाश्च मे तिलाश्च मे मुद्गाश्च मे कल्वाश्च मे गोधूमाश्च मे मसुराश्च मे प्रियङ्गवश्च मे नवश्च मे श्यामाकाश्च मे नीवाराश्च मे अश्मा च मे मृत्तिका च मे गिरयश्च मे पर्वताश्च मे सिकताश्च मे वनस्पतयश्च मे हिरण्यं च मे यश्च मे सीसं च मे द्रपुश्च मे श्यामं च मे लोहं च मे अग्निश्च आपश्च मे विद्युतश्च ओषधयश्च मे कृष्णपच्यं च मे कृष्णपच्यं च मे ग्राम्याश्च मे पशव आरण्याश्च यज्ञेन कल्पन्ताम् वित्तं च मे वित्तिश्च मे भूतं च मे भूतिश्च मे वसु च मे वसतिश्च मे कर्म च मे शक्तिश्च मे अर्थश्च म एमश्च म इतिश्च मे गतिश्च मे अग्निश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे सोमश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे सविता च म इन्द्रश्च मे सरस्वती च म इन्द्रश्च मे पूषा च म इन्द्रश्च मे बृहस्पतिश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे मित्रश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे वरुणश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे त्वष्टा च म इन्द्रश्च मे धाता च म इन्द्रश्च मे विष्णुश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे श्विनौ च म इन्द्रश्च मे मरुतश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे विश्वे च मे देवा इन्द्रश्च मे पृथिवी च म इन्द्रश्च मे अन्तरिक्षं च म इन्द्रश्च मे द्यौश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे दिशश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे मूर्धा च म इन्द्रश्च मे प्रजापतिश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे अगुंशुश्च मे रश्मिश्च मे दाभ्यश्च मे दिपतिश्च मौपागुंशुश्च मे अन्तर्यामश्च म ऐन्द्रवायवश्च मे मैत्रावरुणश्च म आश्विनश्च मे प्रतिप्रस्थानश्च मे शुक्रश्च मे मन्थी च म आग्रेणश्च मे वैश्वदेवश्च मे ध्रुवश्च मे वैश्वानरश्च म ऋतुग्रहाश्च मे तिग्राह्याश्च म ऐन्द्राग्रश्च मे वैश्वदेवश्च मे मरुत्वतीयाश्च मे माहेन्द्रश्च म आदित्यश्च मे सावित्रश्च मे सारस्वतश्च मे पौषश्च मे पात्नीवदश्च मे हारियोजनश्च मे हिद्मश्च मे बर्हिश्च मे वेदिश्च मे दिष्णियाश्च मे सृजश्च मे चमसाश्च मे ग्रावाणश्च मे स्वरवश्च म उपरवाश्च मे दिशवणे च मे द्रोणकलशश्च मे वायव्यानि च मे पूतवृच्च म आदवनीयश्च म आग्नेयेन्द्रं च मे हविर्दानं च मे गृहाश्च मे सदश्च मे पुरोडाशाश्च मे पचताश्च मे वृद्धश्च मे स्वगाकारश्च मे अग्निश्च मे गर्भश्च मे अर्कश्च मे सूर्यश्च मे प्राणश्च मे श्वेतश्च मे पृथिवी च मे दितिश्च मे द्युतिश्च मे द्यौश्च मे शक्वरीरङ्गुलयो दिशश्च मे यज्ञेन कल्पन्तां वृक्ष मे साम च मे स्तोमश्च मे यजुश्च मे दीक्षा च मे तपश्च म ऋतुश्च मे व्रतं च मे होरात्रयो वृष्ट बृहद्रथन्तरे च मे यज्ञेन कल्पेताम् गर्भाश्च मे वत्साश्च मे त्र्यविश्च मे त्र्यवी च मे द्वितीयवाच्च मे द्वितीयौही च मे पञ्चाविश्च मे पञ्चावी च मे त्रिवत्सश्च मे त्रिवत्सा च मे तुर्यवाच्च मे तुर्यौही च मे पष्टवाच्च मे पष्टौही च महुक्षा च मे वशा च मर्षभश्च मे वेहश्च मे नड्वाञ्च मे धेनुश्च म आयुर्यज्ञेन कल्पताम् प्राणो यज्ञेन कल्पताम् अपानो यज्ञेन कल्पताम् व्यानो यज्ञेन कल्पताम् चक्षुर्यज्ञेन कल्पताम् श्रोत्रं यज्ञेन कल्पताम् मनो यज्ञेन कल्पताम् वाक् यज्ञेन कल्पताम् आत्मा यज्ञेन कल्पताम् यज्ञो यज्ञेन कल्पताम् एका च मे तिस्रश्च मे पञ्च च मे सप्त च मे नव च म एकादश च मे त्रयोदश च मे पञ्चदश च मे सप्तदश च मे नवदश च म एकविंशतिश्च मे त्रयोविंशतिश्च मे पञ्चविंशतिश्च मे सप्तविंशतिश्च मे नवविंशतिश्च म एकत्रिंशच्च मे त्रयस्त्रिंशच्च मे चतस्रश्च मे षौ च मे द्वादश च मे षोडश च मे विंशतिश्च मे चतुर्विंशतिश्च त्रिगुंशतिश्च मे षष्टिगुंशतिश्च मे द्वात्रिगुंशच्च मे षट्त्रिगुंशच्च मे चत्वारिगुंशच्च मे चतुश्चत्वारिगुंशच्च मे षट्चत्वारिगुंशच्च मे वाजश्च प्रसवश्चापिजश्च क्रतुश्च सुवश्च मूर्धा च व्यशयश्चान्त्यायनश्चान्त्यश्च भुवनश्च भुवनश्चाधिपतिश्च ॐ इडा देवभूर्मनोर्यज्ञनीर्बृहस्पतिरुक्था मदानिषद्विश्वे देवासूक्तवाच पृथिवीमा धर्मा मानिगंसे मधुमनिष्ये मधुवदिष्ये मधुवक्ष्यामि मधुवदिष्यामि मधुमतीं देवेभ्यो वाचमुद्यासगुं शुश्रूषेण्यां मनुष्येभ्यस्तं मा देवा अवन्तु शोभायै पितरो न मदन्तु ॐ शान्ति 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 ॐ तच्छयोरावृणीमहे गातुं यज्ञाय गातुं यज्ञपतये दैवी स्वस्तिरस्तु नः स्वस्तिर्मानुषेभ्यः ऊर्ध्वं जिगातु भेषजम् शन्नो अस्तु द्विपदे शञ्चतुष्पदे ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ सहस्रशीर्षा पुरुषः सहस्राक्षः सहस्रपात् स भूमिं विश्वतो वृत्वा अत्यतिष्ठद्दशाङ्गुलम् पुरुष एवेदगुं सर्वम् यद्भूतं यच्च भव्यम् उतामृतत्वस्येषाणः यदन्नेनातिरोहति एतावानस्य महिमा अतो जायागुश्च पूरुषः पादोऽस्य विश्वाभूतानि त्रिपादस्यामृतं दिवि त्रिपादूर्ध्व उदय पुरुषः पादोऽस्येहापभात् पुनः ततो विश्वं व्यक्रामत् शासनानशने अभि तस्माद् विराडजायत विराजो अधिपूरुषः स जातो अत्यरिच्यत पश्चात् भूमिमतो पुरः यत्पुरुषेण हविषा देवा यज्ञमतन्वत वसन्तो अस्यासि राज्यम् ग्रीष्म इद्मः शरद्भविः सप्तास्यासन् परिदयः त्रिसप्तसमिधः कृताः देवा यद्यज्ञं तन्वानाः अबध्नन् पुरुषं पशुं तैयज्ञं बर्हिषि प्रोक्षन् पुरुषं जातमग्रतः तेन देवा अयजन्ता साध्या ऋषयश्च ये तस्माद्यज्ञात् सर्वहुतः संवृतं पृषदाज्यम् पशुगुस्तागुश्चक्रे वायव्यान् आरण्यान् ग्राम्याश्च ये तस्माद्यज्ञात् सर्वहुतः ऋचः सामानि जज्ञिरे छन्दागुंसि जज्ञिरे तस्मात् यजुस्तस्मादजायत तस्मादश्वा अजायन्त ये केचोभयादतः गावोह जज्ञिरे तस्मात् तस्माज्जाता अजावयः यत्पुरुषं व्यददु कतिदा व्यकल्पयन् मुखं किमस्य कौ बाहु कावूरूपादावुच्येते ब्राह्मणोऽस्य मुखमासीत् बाहुराजन्यकृतः ऊरुदस्य यद्वैश्यः पद्भ्यागुं शूद्रो अजायत चन्द्रमा मनसो जातः चक्षुः सूर्यो अजायत मुखादिन्द्रश्चाग्निश्च प्राणाद्वायुरजायत नाभ्या आसीदन्तरिक्षम् शीर्ष्णोद्यौ समवर्तत पद्भ्यां भूमिर्दिशश्रोत्रात् तथा लोकागुम् अकल्पयन् वेदाहमेतं पुरुषं महान्तम् आदित्यवर्णं तमसस्तु पारे सर्वाणि रूपाणि विचित्य धीरः
नामानि कृत्वाभिवदन यदास्ते धाता पुरस्ताद्यमुदा जहार शक्रप्रविद्वान् प्रतिशश्चतस्रः तमेवं विद्वान् अमृतैः भवति नान्यः पन्था अयनाय विद्यते यज्ञेन यज्ञमयजन्त देवाः तानि धर्माणि प्रथमान्यासन् ते हनाकं महिमानः सजन्ते यत्र पूर्वे साध्याः सन्ति देवाः अभ्यः सम्भूतः पृथिव्यैरसाच्च विश्वकर्मणः समवर्ततादि तस्य त्वष्टाभिदधद्रूपमेति तत्पुरुषस्य विश्वमाजानमग्रे वेदाहमेतं पुरुषं महान्तम् आदित्यवर्णं तमसः परस्तात् तमेवं विद्वान् अमृतैः भवति नान्यः पन्था विद्यते यनाय प्रजापतिश्चरति गर्भे अन्तः अजायमानो बहुधा विजायते तस्य धीराः परिजानन्ति योनिम् मरीचीनां पदमिच्छन्ति वेदसः यो देवेभ्य आतपति यो देवानां पुरोहितः पूर्वो यो देवेभ्यो जातः नमो रुचाय ब्राह्मये रुचं ब्राह्मं जनयन्तः देवा अग्रे तव ब्रुवन् यस्त्वैवं ब्राह्मणो विद्यात् तस्य देवा सन्वशे ह्रीश्च ते लक्ष्मीश्च पत्न्यौ अहोरात्रे पार्श्वे नक्षत्राणि रूपम् अश्विनो व्यातम् इष्टं मनिषाणाम् अमुं मनिषाणाम् सर्वं मनिषाणाम् तच्चयोरावृणीमहे गातु यज्ञाय गातु यज्ञपतये दैवी स्वस्तिरस्तु नः स्वस्तिर्मानुषेभ्यः ऊर्ध्वं जिगातु भेषजं शन्नो अस्तु द्विपदे शञ्चतुष्पदे ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति
ॐ निधनपतये नमः निधनपतान्तिकाय नमः ऊर्ध्वाय नमः ऊर्ध्वलिङ्गाय नमः हिरण्याय नमः हिरण्यलिङ्गाय नमः सुवर्णाय नमः सुवर्णलिङ्गाय नमः दिव्याय नमः दिव्यलिङ्गाय नमः भवाय नमः भवलिङ्गाय नमः शर्वाय नमः शर्वलिङ्गाय नमः शिवाय नमः शिवलिङ्गाय नमः ज्वलाय नमः ज्वललिङ्गाय नमः आत्माय नमः आत्मलिङ्गाय नमः परमाय नमः परमलिङ्गाय नमः एतत् सोमस्य सूर्यस्य सर्वलिङ्गं स्थापयति पाणिमन्त्रं पवित्रम् सद्यो जातं प्रपद्यामि सद्यो जाताय वै नमो नमः भवे भवेनाति भवे भवस्व मां भवोद्भवाय नमः वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमो रुद्राय नमः कालाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमो बलविकरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलप्रमथनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः अघोरेभ्योऽथ घोरेभ्यो घोरघोरतरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः सर्वशर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्रः प्रचोदयात् ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपतिर्ब्रह्मणोऽधिपतिर्ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवो
नमो हिरण्यबाहवे हिरण्यवर्णाय हिरण्यरूपाय हिरण्यपतये अम्बिकापतय उमापतये पशुपतये नमो नमः ऋतगुं सत्यं परं ब्रह्म पुरुषं कृष्णपिङ्गलम् ऊर्ध्वरेतं विरूपाक्षं विश्वरूपाय वै नमो नमः सर्वो वै रुद्रस्तस्मै रुद्राय नमो अस्तु पुरुषो वै रुद्रः सन्महो नमो नमः विश्वं भूतं भुवनं चित्रं बहुधा जातं जायमानं च यत् सर्वो ह्येष रुद्रस्तस्मै रुद्राय नमो अस्तु कद्रुद्राय प्रचेतसे मीडुष्टमाय तव्यसे वोचे मशन्तमगं हृदे सर्वो ह्येष रुद्रस्तस्मै रुद्राय नमो अस्तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ जातवेदसे सुनवामसो ममराति यतो निदहाति वेदः स नः पर्षदति दुर्गाणि विश्वानावेव सिन्धुं दुरिताद्यग्निः तामग्निवर्णां तपसा ज्वलन्तीं वैरोचनीं कर्मफलेषु जुष्टां दुर्गां देवीं शरणमहं प्रपद्ये सुतरसि तरसे नमः अग्ने त्वं पारयानव्यो अस्मान् स्वस्ति विरति दुर्गाणि विश्वा पूश्च पृथ्वी बहुला न उर्वी भवातोकायतनयाय शय्योः विश्वानि नो दुर्गः जातवेदः सिन्धुन्ननावा दुरितादिपर्षि अग्ने अत्रिवन्मनसा गृणानो स्माकं बोध्यविता तनूनाम् पृतनाजितगुं सहमानमुग्रमग्निगुं भुवेम परमा सरस्तात् स नः पर्षदति दुर्गाणि विश्वा क्षामद्देवो अतिदुरिताद्यग्निः प्रत्नोषिकमेद्यो अध्वरेषु सना च होतानव्यश्च सत्सि स्वाञ्चाग्ने तनुवं विप्रयः स्वास्मभ्यं च सौभगवाय जस्वा गोभिर्जुष्टमयुजो निषिक्तं तवेन्द्रविष्णोरनुसञ्चरेम नाकस्य पृष्ठमभिसंवसानो वैष्णवी लोक इहमादयन्ताम् ॐ कात्यायनाय विद्महे कन्याकुमारी धीमहि तन्नो दुर्गिः प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ यदक्षरपदभ्रष्टं मात्राहीनं तु यद्भवेत् तत्सर्वं क्षम्यतां देवा नारायण नमोऽस्तु ते विसर्गबिन्दुमात्राणि पदपादाक्षराणि च न्यूनानि चातिरिक्तानि क्षमस्व साईश्वर अपराधसहस्राणि क्रियन्ते अहर्निशर्मया दासोऽयमिति मां मत्वा क्षमस्व साईश्वर अन्यथा शरणं नास्ति त्वमेव शरणं मम तस्मात् कारुण्यभावेन रक्ष रक्ष साईश्वर हरि ओम तत्सत् श्री साईश्वरार्पणमस्तु ओम शांति शांति शांतिः स्वस्ति प्रजाभ्यः परिपालयन्तां न्यायेन मार्गेण महीमहीषाः गोब्राह्मणेभ्यः शुभमस्तु नित्यम् समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः साईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ 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 शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्
If you're speaking, I can't hear you.
तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्
भजो रे मानस विघ्नहरं भजो
रे विघ्नेश्वरं भजो रे मानस विघ्नहरं भजो रे
विघ्नेश्वरं भजो रे मानस विघ्नहरं भजो रे
विघ्नेश्वरं भजो रे मानस विघ्नहरं भजो रे
विघ्नेश्वरं भजो रे मानस भजो रे
विघ्नेश्वरं भजो रे मानस विघ्नहरं 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 भजो रे
बुद्ध महावीर येशु साई बुद्ध महावीर येशु साई वाहे गुरु बोल मनवा वाहे गुरु बोल मनवा अल्लाह येशु सद्गुरु साई सद्गुरु साई गीता वेद पुराण हो साई गीता वेद पुराण हो साई मन में साई तन में साई मन में साई तन में साई रोम रोम में साई साई रोम रोम में साई साई वाहे गुरु बोल मनवा वाहे गुरु बोल मनवा वाहे गुरु बोल मनवा वाहे गुरु बोल मनवा बुद्ध महावीर येशु साई महावीर येशु साई वाहे गुरु बोल मनवा वाहे गुरु बोल मनवा अल्लाह येशु सद्गुरु साई गीता वेद कुरान हो साई मन में साई तन में साई रोम रोम में साई साई वाहे गुरु बोल मनवा वाहे गुरु बोल मनवा वाहे गुरु बोल मनवा वाहे गुरु बोल मनवा बुद्ध महावीर येशु साई
अंतरंग साई अनाथ नाथ साई
अंतरंग साई अनाथ नाथ साई
दीन बंधु साई करुण सिंधु साई साई अनाथ नाथ साई
अंतरंग साई अनाथ नाथ साई
राम कृष्ण शिव शक्ति प्रेम रूप साई
राम कृष्ण शिव प्रेम रूप साई
युगावतार बाबा श्री सत्य साई
युग अवतार बाबा श्री सत्य साई
युगावतार बाबा श्री सत्य साई
युग अवतार बाबा श्री सत्य साई
अंतरंग साई अनाथ नाथ साई
सर्वधर्म प्रिय देवा
सर्वधर्म
प्रिय देवा सत्य साई देवा सत्य साई देवा अल्लाह येशु बुद्ध और नानक अल्लाह येशु बुद्ध और नानक जो राष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो राष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो राम भी तुम हो कृष्ण भी तुम हो राम भी तुम हो कृष्ण भी तुम हो ईश्वर रूप तुम हो ईश्वर रूप तुम हो साई विश्व रूप तुम हो साई विश्व रूप तुम हो सर्वधर्म प्रिय देवा सर्वधर्म प्रिय देवा सत्य साई देवा सत्य साई देवा अल्लाह येशु बुद्ध और नानक अल्लाह येशु बुद्ध और नानक जो राष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो जो राष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो राम भी तुम हो कृष्ण भी तुम हो राम भी तुम हो कृष्ण भी तुम हो विश्व रूप तुम हो विश्व रूप तुम हो साई 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 विश्व रूप तुम हो सर्वधर्म प्रिय देवा
We are never away from the avatar eyes, avatar eyes, Sai avatar eyes.
never away from the avatar eyes, avatar eyes, Sai avatar eyes.
Only as far as the space from our hearts we live in
ब्रह्मांड नायका बाबा प्रतिपुरीश्वर बाबा
ब्रह्मांड नायका बाबा प्रतिपुरीश्वर बाबा
चांद और सूरज तुमने बनाए
चांद और सूरज तुमने बनाए
नदिया सागर तुमने बनाए
नदिया सागर तुमने बनाए
नदिया सागर तुमने बनाए
नदिया सागर तुमने बनाए
ब्रह्मांड नायका बाबा प्रतिपुरीश्वर बाबा
ब्रह्मांड नायका बाबा प्रतिपुरीश्वर बाबा
अयोध्या नगरी तुमने बनाई द्वारका नगरी तुमने बसाई
अयोध्या नगरी तुमने बनाई द्वारका नगरी तुमने बसाई
शिरडी पति तुमने बनाए
शिरडी पति तुमने बनाई
शिरडी पति तुमने बनाए
तुमने बनाई
ब्रह्मांड नायका बाबा प्रतिपुरीश्वर बाबा
ब्रह्मांड नायका बाबा प्रतिपुरीश्वर बाबा
चांद और सूरज तुमने बनाए
चांद और सूरज तुमने बनाए
नदिया सागर तुमने बनाए
नदिया सागर तुमने बनाए
नदिया सागर तुमने बनाए
नदिया सागर तुमने बनाए
ब्रह्मांड नायका बाबा प्रतिपुरीश्वर बाबा
ब्रह्मांड नायका बाबा प्रतिपुरीश्वर बाबा
अयोध्या नगरी तुमने बनाई द्वारका नगरी तुमने बसाई
अयोध्या नगरी तुमने बनाई द्वारका नगरी तुमने बसाई
शिरडी पति तुमने बनाए
शिरडी पति तुमने बनाए
शिरडी पति तुमने बनाए
शिरडी पति तुमने बनाए
ब्रह्मांड नायका बाबा प्रतिपुरीश्वर बाबा
साई बाबा प्रणाम साई बाबा प्रणाम साई बाबा प्रणाम साई बाबा प्रणाम शिरडी बाबा प्रणाम शिरडी बाबा प्रणाम ओ मेरी आत्मा
Remind me, my Lord, remind me, my Lord, remind me, my Lord, who I am.
Remind me, my Lord, remind me, my Lord, remind me, my Lord, who I am.
I am all, eternal all.
I am all, eternal all.
Through this life of distraction and of illusion, remind me, my Lord, who I am.
Through this life of distraction and of illusion, remind me, my Lord, who I am.
I am truth, I am peace, divine bliss.
I am truth, I am peace, divine bliss.
Ananda Swarupa, Hey Prema Swarupa, remind me, my Lord, who I am.
Ananda Swarupa, Hey Prema Swarupa, remind me, my Lord, who I am.
I am love, I am love, pure love.
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 Remind me, my Lord, remind me, my Lord, remind me, my Lord, who I am.
Remind me, my Lord, remind me, my Lord, remind me, my Lord, who I am.
I am all, eternal all.
I am all, eternal all.
Through this life of distraction and of illusion, remind me, my Lord, who I am.
Through this life of distraction and of illusion, remind me, my Lord, who I am.
I am truth, I am peace, divine bliss.
I am truth, I am peace, divine bliss.
Ananda Swarupa, Hey Prema Swarupa, remind me, my Lord, who I am.
Ananda Swarupa, Hey Prema Swarupa, remind me, my Lord, who I am.
I am love, pure love.
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 Remind me, my Lord, remind me, my Lord, remind me, my Lord, who I
Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Om Sai Ram, and a loving welcome to each and every one of you on our Easter and Aradhana Mahotsavam program. Swami says, whatever is done from sunrise to sunset must be concentrated on worship of God. Just as care is taken to pluck only fresh flowers and to keep them clean and unfaded, so too ceaseless effort should be made to perform deeds that are pure and unsullied. Sri Sathya Sai Baba Prema Vahini Part 1. This year we are observing both Easter and Aradhana together. And it is no coincidence that our dear Lord Swami chose Easter Sunday to go from the form to the formless, the same day we celebrate the resurrection of Christ. Swami encourages us to go beyond the form and reminds us that he is always with us. He assured us, me intane, ventane, jantane, kantanu, and untanu. I tried. I will be a resident of your home, accompany you, and be your eyes guiding you. Further, he promised, I am there with you, inside you, beside you, above you, and below you. Not only is he sitting here right behind me, but he's standing here next to me, and he's also in each and every one of your hearts. So let's start today's program with his divine discourse. Jai Sai Ram.
Chitta suddhileni క్షుద్రమానవునకు చిత్త శుద్ధిలేని క్షుద్రమానవునకు ఆత్మతత్వమెట్టు అబ్బునకు ఆత్మతత్వమబ్బు అతి శుద్ధ బుద్ధికే ఆత్మతత్వమబ్బు అతి శుద్ధ బుద్ధికే మరువబోకుడు ఇట్టి మంచి మాట మరువబోకుడు ఇట్టి మంచి మాట మరువబోకుడు మరువబోకుడు ఇట్టి మంచి మాట.
A person without purity of heart and meaning, how do you expect him to understand the nature of the spirit or Atma? Impossible. It is only for the man of pious nature, pure heart, can only understand the nature of Atman. Never forget this good word.
ఆత్మతత్వమును సాధించాలని ఆశ కలిగినటువంటి వాడు,
the one who aspires to know the nature of the spirit,
సాధించి దానిని అన్యులకు ప్రబోధించాలని ఆశ కలిగినటువంటి మానవుడు,
the one who desires to accomplish and share with the society,
మొట్టమొదట చిత్తశుద్ధిని గావించుకోవాలి.
in the first instance should have purity of heart.
చిత్తశుద్ధియే లేనటువంటి మానవుడు ఆత్మతత్వాన్ని ప్రబోధించే అర్హుడు కాదు.
The one without purity of heart is not eligible to propagate the Atmic principle.
ఆత్మతత్వమును కూడాను తాను తెలుసుకోలేడు.
And he cannot comprehend the nature of the soul.
వెలుగు లేని గదియందే విషక్రిములైనటువంటి పాములు తేళ్లు ప్రవేశిస్తాయి.
It's only in the dark room where there is no scope for the light to enter, you find the germs and the snakes move around.
వెలుగుతో కూడినటువంటి గదిలో ఇట్టి విషక్రిములు ప్రవేశించుటకు వీలు కాదు.
A room with enough of light there will give no scope for the germs to enter.
హృదయమునందు పరిపూర్ణ ప్రేమ ఉంచినటువంటి వాడు, పరిపూర్ణమైనటువంటి ప్రేమ హృదయుడైనటువంటి వానికి కామక్రోధ లోభమోహం మాత్సర్యమైనటువంటి అహంకారమైనటువంటి విషక్రిములు అందులో ప్రవేశించుటకు వీలుండదు.
The one with total love at heart will give no scope for the germs of lust, greed, avarice and anger to enter.
ఎవని హృదయమునందు ఈ పరిశుద్ధమైన పవిత్రమైన ప్రేమ ఉండదో అట్టివాని హృదయమునందే ఈ రాగద్వేషములు ప్రవేశిస్తుంటాయి.
That heart, bereft of purity and sacredness, will be the center of all these germs.
మానవత్వము కేవలము పరిశుద్ధమైన హృదయంగా, పవిత్రమైన హృదయంగా, ప్రేమమయమైన హృదయంగా, దయాహృదయమైనటువంటి హృదయంగా అభివృద్ధి గావించుకోవాలి.
In human life, we should develop all the purity and the sanctity, love and compassion.
ప్రతి మానవుని హృదయము దయాహృదయం కావాలి.
The heart of everyone should be one of
ప్రేమ
compassion.
హృదయం కావాలి.
It should be filled with love.
సహన హృదయం కావాలి.
It should be full of forbearance.
సానుభూతి హృదయం కావాలి.
One of sympathy.
సంతోష హృదయం కావాలి.
And it should be one of bliss.
అప్పుడే ఈ పరిశుద్ధమైనటువంటి ఆత్మతత్వము అతనికి సులభంగా అర్థమవుతుంది.
It's only then he'll be able to understand the nature of the soul.
అట్టి అర్థం చేసుకున్నటువంటి యొక్క ఆత్మతత్వాన్ని అన్యులకు ప్రబోధించే అర్హుడు కూడా అవుతాడు.
Then only he deserves, having enjoyed the spirit of Atman, he can propagate and share with the society.
కేవలము విద్యల వల్ల కానీ, మరి ఏ పాండిత్యం వల్ల కానీ, మరి ఏ మేధాశక్తి వల్ల కానీ లభ్యమయ్యేటువంటిది కాదు ఈ ఆత్మతత్వం.
The nature of the spirit cannot be comprehended by any form of education, scholarship or intelligence.
చిత్తశుద్ధియే దీనికి అత్యవసరము.
It is the purity of heart which is most essential.
రామకృష్ణ పరమహంస, కబీరు, సూరదాసు ఇత్యాది వ్యక్తులందరూ కూడాను ఎట్టి విద్యను నేర్చారు.
Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, Kabir, Suradas, what form of education they have had.
ఎంతటి మేధాశక్తి వారి యందు ఉండెను.
How intelligent they are.
అతను పండితుడు కాదు.
He is not a scholar.
పామరులో అత్యంత అడుగునటువంటి పామరుడు ఈ రామకృష్ణ పరమహంస.
Ramakrishna Paramahamsa is very, very innocent.
కానీ అట్టి పామరుడైనటువంటి రామకృష్ణ పరమహంస యొక్క పేరు విశాల ప్రపంచమునందు దేదీప్యమానంగా ఈనాడు వెలుగుతున్నదనగా దీనికి కారణమేమిటి? చిత్తశుద్ధియే దీనికి మూల కారణం.
That illiterate, innocent Ramakrishna Paramahamsa's name has spread far and wide down this day because of the purity of heart.
కనుకనే నతపాంసి నతీర్థానాం నశాస్త్రాణ జపానహి సంసార సాగరోత్తారే సజ్జనం సేవనం వినా. నతపాంసి నతీర్థానాం, ఇట్టి చిత్తశుద్ధి కలగాలంటే తపస్సు చేయనక్కర్లేదు.
To have that purity of heart, one need not undertake penance.
వేద శాస్త్ర ఇతిహాస పురాణములు పఠించనక్కర్లేదు.
One need not go through sacred
ఏ
texts.
జపములు ఏ ధ్యానములు చేయనక్కర్లేదు.
No meditation is required.
కానీ భగవంతుని యొక్క ప్రేమను హృదయమునందు నిరంతరము స్మరిస్తుంటే ఇంతకంటే మించిన ఫలితం మరొకటి లేదు.
But if he constantly contemplates, reflects upon the divine love in his heart, it is enough.
ఇట్టి ప్రేమ గల హృదయమే నిజమైన మానవ హృదయము.
His only heart full of love is a human heart.
ఇట్టి ప్రేమ హృదయం మనలో అభివృద్ధి కావాలనన్నా దీనికి ఆహార పానీయములు అత్యవసరము.
To develop the spirit of love in our heart, it's most essential to have regulation over food and drink.
మీరు భుజించే ఆహారము స్థూల రూపములో మలముగా విసర్జిస్తున్నారు.
The food partaken, gross part of it is excreted.
మధ్య రకమైనటువంటి యొక్క ఈ ఆహారము మానవుని యొక్క శరీరమునందు కండరముల వలె రక్తముల వలె రూపొందుతూ ఉంటుండాలి.
However, that which is of middle form will get into our muscle and blood.
అతి సూక్ష్మమైనటువంటి ఆహారమే మైండ్గా మారుతుండాలి, మనస్సుగా మారుతుండాలి.
The subtlest form of a food transforms into mind.
కనుక మన యొక్క మంచి చెడ్డల మనస్సు యొక్క ప్రభావమునకు ఆహారమే మూల కారణం.
Therefore, for the good and bad of the mind,
ఎట్టి ఆహారము అట్టి మనస్సు.
as is the food, so is the mind.
కనుక సాత్వికమైన పవిత్రమైన హితమైన మితమైన ఆహారమును భుజించటము అత్యవసరం.
Therefore, it's absolutely essential to have food in a limited quantity, in an acceptable, palatable way, which is
ప్రాచీన
sacred
కాలం నందు
heart.
మహర్షులు గ్రామములు విసర్జించి
పల్లెలు విసర్జించి కారణముల్లో జీవిస్తూ కందమూలాదులు భుజించుకుంటూ తమ యొక్క జీవితమును తాను ప్రశాంతంగా గడుపుతూ వచ్చారు.
The ancient rishis, sages and seers have spent their time far from the madding crowd, partaking the tubers and the leaves.
ఆ కందమూలాదుల్లో ఉండినటువంటి ఒక సాత్వికమైనటువంటి తత్వము మీకు తెలియదు.
You do not understand the sattvic nature, the pious quality.
రామలక్ష్మణ సీతలంతా కూడాను ఆ అరణ్యములో సంచరిస్తూ ఆ అరణ్య ఫలములు వారు భుజిస్తూ ఎంతటి ఆనందాన్ని అనుభవిస్తూ వచ్చారు.
Moving about there in the forest, Rama and Sita, they were blissful, partaking.
ఆనందము
of food there.
ఆహారమునందు ఉంటున్నది.
Therefore the bliss is there in food that we
భౌతిక
eat.
సుఖమునందు కానీ భౌతిక పదార్థములు ఎందు కానీ భౌతికమైనటువంటి విషయములు ఎందు కానీ పంచపక్ష పరమాన్నములు ఎందు కానీ ఈ ఆనందము చిక్కదు మనకు.
This sort of happiness is not there in the physical comfort and conveniences material or the sensual pleasure.
దైవం యొక్క సహజ సృష్టితో కూడినటువంటి యొక్క ఈ ఆహారమునే ఫలపుష్పాలునే వారు భుజిస్తూ ఆనందాన్ని అనుభవిస్తూ వచ్చారు.
The sages, they have partaken the food which is one of divine creation as it is.
ఇంకా పానీయం,
Then the
త్రాగు
drink,
నీరు,
water.
త్రాగు నీరు కూడాను పరిశుద్ధమైనటువంటివిగా ఉండాలి.
The drinking water must be pure.
ఈ యొక్క త్రాగేటువంటి యొక్క నీరు స్థూల రూపంలో మూత్రంగా విసర్జిస్తున్నారు.
The major part of the water that we drink is excreted as urine.
ఈ జలములోని సూక్ష్మ స్వరూపమే ప్రాణము.
The subtle form of water that we drink is the life.
కనుక మానవుని యందు ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రాణము జలముతో ఏర్పడినటువంటిది.
Therefore,
మానవుని యందు ఉన్నటువంటి మనస్సు ఆహారంతో చేకూరినటువంటిది.
so mind is the product of the food, while life is the product of water.
మానవునికి మనస్సు ప్రాణము రెండు ప్రధానమైనటువంటివి.
For mankind, the mind and life are most important.
ప్రాణం ఉండినంత వరకు మనసు ఉండాలి, మనసు ఉండినంత వరకు ప్రాణం ఉండాలి.
So long there is life, mind should be there. So long there is mind, life is
అమనస్కుడైన
needed.
తర్వాత ప్రాణంతో ఏమాత్రం మనకు అవసరం లేదు.
The moment there is no mind, we don't need any life any longer.
కనుక నిత్య జీవితములో సత్యమైన మార్గాన్ని మనం అనుభవించవలనన్నా ఆహార పానీయములు అత్యవసరము, అతి ప్రధానమైనటువంటివి. అవి ఏ పరిశుద్ధమైనటువంటివి, అవి ఏ పవిత్రమైనటువంటివి.
Therefore, to tread along the path of truth, good food and good drinking water are absolutely essential and very important.
ఈ భగవత్ స్వరూపం అనేటువంటిది శారీరకంగా, మానసికంగా, ఆధ్యాత్మికంగా, లౌకికంగా ఆనంద ఆహ్లాదమును అందుకొని అనుభవించి పరులకు అందించాలంటే ఆహార పానీయములే ప్రధానము.
In order to experience physically, mentally, spiritually, intellectually the divinity is all based on the food and drink.
కనుక విద్యార్థులు ఈ ఆహార పానీయములందు ఏమాత్రం కూడాను అశ్రద్ధను చూపకూడదు.
Therefore, they should never be careless or negligent regarding the food and the drink.
భవిష్యత్తు అంతా కూడాను ఆహార పానీయములందే ఆధారపడి ఉంటున్నది.
The entire future depends on the food and the drink.
మానవుని యొక్క దివ్యతత్వం అనేటువంటిది గుర్తించాలనుకుంటే ఈ ఆహార విహారములు పరిశుద్ధంగా ఉండాలి.
Therefore, in order to attain the divinity, we should have a regulation over food and drink.
ఇట్టి పరిశుద్ధమైనటువంటి దాని వల్ల పవిత్రమైనటువంటి ప్రేమ మనలో ఆవిర్భవిస్తుంది.
Out of this regulated food and drink, we'll have the sacred
ఈ
love.
ప్రేమ
Sairam. So I know Swami spoke a lot about food and drink, but we have a speaker before our food and drink. So let's just remember what Swami says. So today's program, we have two wonderful speakers. We will start shortly with our first speaker, then break for lunch and remember everything that Swami said about sattvic food, and return at 1:30 for our second speaker. Our first speaker is zooming in today, live online. It's Miss Doris Hampton. Doris first went to Swami in the 1983 and stayed there for 9 months. She currently serves as a board member, faculty member, national coordinator for SSSIO in the Community Programs Committee in the Institute of SSSIO Education USA, so that's the ISSE USA. She's also a member of the SSSIO International Education Committee. She was a former SSC teacher and teacher trainer, and over the last 30 years, she has taken SSEHB to the community and schools. Doris has done so much, and her resume is so enriched that if I was to mention everything, she wouldn't have any time to speak. It would just be me speaking. So all I want to mention is one thing, is that I've had the privilege over the last year to work with Doris, and even if it's midnight at her time, and she's 2 hours ahead of us, she'll be working even without having dinner and staying up and not missing a beat. And that's her dedication and devotion to Swami, and it's an inspiration to all of us. So let us all welcome Miss Doris Hampton.
Thank you very much, Nilayam. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, Doris, we can hear you.
Thank you. I offer my pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Sri Satya Sai Baba and offer this talk to him. And I offer my gratitude to him for blessing me with this opportunity to be with you all today in celebration of Easter and Aradhana Day. Sai Ram all. Again, it's so wonderful to be with you in Prema Nilayam, our second home. I'd like to begin my talk with a song dedicated to our beloved. One second, please.
The world thou hand made, I see the stars and I hear your rolling thunder. The power throughout this universe display. Then say my soul. Heaven declare your glory, Lord, how great dancing, my soul, my Savior, God to thee. How great thou art! How great thou art!
This song I had prior to knowing very much about Swami. I was sitting outdoors and I was singing or hemming this song, and I was prompted to go take a nap. And the prompting kept coming. So I did, and this was in the afternoon, and I went and took the nap, and this was my first dream of Swami. And in that dream, we were standing under the meditation tree in Prashanti Nilayam, and he was putting me on a golden globe with him and taking me to the mountaintop. So this song is very special, and I hope that you enjoyed it. I'd like to quote a Bible verse, Psalm chapter 118, the 24th verse. And it states that this is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. So Easter is a celebration of God's power and his love. And it's a day to be joyful, to celebrate this special day filled with worship, happiness, and thankfulness for who and what Jesus/God is to each of us. Easter is about love, the love of Jesus, the love of Sai, God's love for every person, no matter who they are, where they are, or what they are. And as we all know, that Swami chose to leave his body on Easter Sunday, April 24th, 2011. So this too is a day of worship, gratitude, and love for our beloved Sai. On my first trip to be with Swami in 1983, as mentioned, I stayed for 9 months, and when I first arrived, I was saying that God is everything and everywhere, so I will not become attached to this form of God. But very shortly after that, I reached the point where I never wanted to leave the physical presence of this form of God. So there were 2 other ladies that felt the same way, and Swami gave us an interview about, and so we talked to him about going to Delhi to get permanent visas so that we could stay there at the ashram with him. And Swami said, yes, 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 you go. And so we did. However, after we arrived at the home ministry in Delhi, our wishes were denied within 5 minutes of our being in their presence. And of course, we were stunned and crushed. I mean, you know, we couldn't understand us being told to go and then having this happen. So I wanted to go back to the ashram, but the other two ladies had purchased tickets for all of us to go to Rishikesh. And it just happened that this was Easter weekend. And we spent Easter weekend in Rishikesh. And we found out that Swami has a small dwelling or ashram there in Rishikesh. So we went there, and the caretaker told us that the building was closed, that we would not be allowed to enter. So we told him, and apparently Swami was at work for us. We let him know that we were Sai devotees and that we had visited with Swami and Prashanti Nilayam. So again, we spent Easter Sunday singing bhajans in 1984 in Rishikesh, in Swami's small dwelling or ashram. And while there, we also crossed the Lakshman Jula Bridge there in Rishikesh. And it's said that Lakshman crossed the Ganges on jute ropes where this bridge is found. And I remember as we crossed, we were very afraid. With the wooden slats and the ropes, apparently still jute ropes all the way across the bridge. But we had the opportunity to go into the Ganges and walk along the foothills of the Himalayas. And at that point, as we were walking, the thought came in my mind that I'd like something to take back with me. And I was having this deep, deep yearning to be back at the ashram with Swami. And so as this thought came in my head, I looked down and there was a small stone in the shape of a heart. And I'll show you a photograph of it. And when, after returning to the States, I showed the stone to a group of Sai children, and they saw the face of Swami on the stone. And then later, when I was in Michigan with my mother, I showed her the stone, and I didn't tell her about the Sai children seeing the face of Swami. She looked at it and she saw the face of Jesus. And so as I mentioned, I'll show you a slide of the heart and also a slide of the church that I grew up in. 1 second, please. There are advantages to being in person for talks. And this is a photograph of the heart, and I also have it here right with me. And please make a note, I'll share about the church. The slide that I showed you of the church is the church that my grandmother and my aunt founded. And it began in my aunt's living room years and years before. And then the services were moved to a flat basement with no top, and but it housed the church, this flat basement with no top on it. Or it had a top, but no building there. And then after years and years of saving money, fundraisers, and so forth, this church was finally completed. And you saw the results of their hard work, their perseverance, and their dedication to bringing this house of worship to the community. And in my family and surroundings, church was very prevalent and at the very center of my and my family's life and those around us. Sunday schools, church services, various events during the week, choir practice, revivals, and church was like our second home. And then going back to Easter Sunday, at church, all the children would be dressed in their bright new spring-colored clothing, and they would stand before the church congregation, and each would recite a well-practiced Bible verse that sometimes we forgot and had to be reminded by the audience, but that was okay. Then after church, we would have Easter egg hunts with eggs dyed the Saturday night before, which was a lot of fun because it was a family event. And these eggs that we'd find during the Easter egg hunts, we would put in our Easter baskets that were filled with Easter candy. And I'm sure some of you in the audience remember having those Easter baskets. And then we would go home to a scrumptious, huge dinner with family and relatives. And our home was the gathering point for relatives during every single holiday. But even back then, I felt that there was much more to God. Being in just in the Christian denominations, the Christian faith, and never in my wildest dreams did I ever think that I would meet God in human form, and that form embodying all the forms of God. Never in my wildest dreams. And then after my first trip to India, I was visiting my relatives and where my hometown. And I had a dream of Krishna giving darshan in my hometown. And what happened in the dream was we were all lined up along the street, the curb. We were sitting on the curbs on the streets. And the street behind me or adjacent to where I grew up. And everyone was sitting and waiting, similar to us, sitting in Prashanti Nilayam waiting for Swami to make his physical appearance. And we were waiting, and then Krishna came. And he went the same as with Swami, down the rows and back up, and giving everyone that I had grown up with darshan. But when the form of Krishna came and stood in front of me, it changed to the form of Swami. And then Swami, my aunt, my grandmother's sister, and I went into her home. She lived a few doors down from where I grew up. And we went into her house. And Swami and I sat in the living room, very sweet, sort of personal things. And my aunt went into the kitchen and began cooking. So to me, that was an indication that the people that I grew up with and my family and other lifetimes were Krishna devotees. But in this lifetime, they're devotees of Jesus. And that stands out in my mind so much, the fact that, you know, all forms are Swami's form, and that we cannot try to force or take his form to others. He takes care of that himself. That's what I think. That and them being Christian devotees of Jesus or Jesus Christ, the same as being devotees of Satya Sai. And it was a good lesson for me. And some of my experiences with Jesus, I remember after my first 2 trips, it was over 5 years before I was able to go back to be in his presence. And I was yearning to be back with him in India. And during the Christmas season, I had a dream of Jesus, and he was in a cradle in my heart. And of course, that's, you know, the spiritual heart. And I hadn't thought of it before, but when I was preparing this talk, what I would say and so forth, I remembered that when I am working with Satya Sai Education and Human Values, Head, Heart, and Hands, I cup my hands like that and mention to the audience that taking the thoughts that come into the head, putting them in a cradle in the heart before we take any action with any organ of action, head, heart, and hands. And so that dream of Jesus being in the cradle in my heart reminds me of that. And in essence, I believe that Jesus, Krishna, Buddha, all are the same cosmic consciousness. And the very sweet, very, very sweet, divine, sweet love. And although in this lifetime we have the form of Satya Sai and us that are devotees of Satya Sai, we've been with other forms of God in other lifetimes. And the biggest thing is that he embodies all the forms of God, all the names of God. And I experienced, and this just popped in my mind, but in 2016, I lost my son, or he left the body. And I had this vision of him, and he was in the center, and around him was Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, Rama, Swami. And he was so happy. And this was a few days after he had left the body. And to let me know that vision was in fact real. A few days later, I received a photograph from someone that knew him. And in that photograph, he had the same smile on his face as when with that vision. And I'd like to mention that I've been very blessed to work with the Satya Sai Education and Human Values program in the community. And the essence, going back to the love, the divine love, the essence of that program is love. And Swami has stated that love is the undercurrent of the other 4 human values of truth, right conduct or right action, peace, and nonviolence. And Swami handed us this program with the focus on the 5 human values and not on the form of psi. And this means we all, all of us that work with the program, we have the great opportunity to practice the teachings when we're out in the public, and accepting the fact that all names are his and all forms are his. And I'd like to share an experience in one of the projects, human values projects, or SSSIO, Education and Human Values projects, we did here locally. And we had worked very closely with the organization and did needs assessment and so forth, and trained all of the organization's staff in SSEHD. And so at that very first session, when we did our silent sitting, which is one of the components of the program, and afterwards we asked if anyone would like to share what they experienced during the silent sitting. And so this one woman raised her hand and she was beaming with light on her face, just beaming. And she stated, "I saw this man in a white robe with lots of bushy hair walking out of the ocean. And he was walking towards me, and I felt so much love from him and for him." And needless to say, we, followed the principles of SSSIO Education and Human Values program. And we did not share with her that she had seen God in human form. So I'd like to mention a couple of other experiences. During my first, or when apparently I had seen a photograph of Swami, and it seems that after that, seeing that photograph, and I felt his presence in the room. In fact, I could see the bottom of his orange robe in the room, and his aura filled the room. And it seems that after that, everything sort of turned upside down. And I had a minister friend, he was a Pentecostal minister. And we would talk about the Bible and all. And although I didn't totally agree with some of the principles of what he was stating about Christianity, he was a good person. And so one day we were sitting and talking, and he said, "There's someone standing behind you with an orange robe on and bushy hair, and he wants you to know that he takes care of you." Never mentioned about this experience again. And then I think it was the second interview with Swami, he mentioned, "You worry about your future, I take care of you." So he was coming through the Christian minister to deliver a message to me. And that goes back to the fact that this person believed strongly in Jesus and the fact of Swami and Jesus being one and the same. So with that, I'd like to close my talk. I think I'm nearing the end. And again, I'd like to thank you all very much for this opportunity to be there with you in spirit. And thank you to dear Nilayam for asking me to make this presentation or to give this talk. Thank you. Sai Ram, Sai Ram.
Sairam, and thank you so much, Doris. That was beautiful. And to hear the connection that she has with Jesus and Swami is amazing. And as she said, it's all in the same. Whether you believe in Buddha, Zoroaster, Jesus, it's all the same. So we will now proceed for lunch. And as we just remember Swami's discourse, I want to remind you of that and the sattvic food that we're going to partake. And also quality versus quantity. That's for the EASE program that I have to mention. But we'll proceed and we'll do the Brahma in a minute. But I'd like everybody to return by 1:25 for the afternoon program. The reason why I say 1:25, we have a little surprise for you at 1:30 on the dot. So we'd like everybody in the hall by 1:25. Sairam.
पचाम्यन्नं चतुर्विधम् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Check 1, 2, testing. Yeah, I'm going to put it, I didn't put it in yet, so I'm going to do that right now. What's that? Oh. Thanks, my brother. What would I do without you? Input, yeah, the one on the, yeah, I think that's... Testing, check 1, 2. Oh Lord my God. I'm not going to do this one, but since we did it earlier, when I in awesome wonder consider all the worlds thy hand hath made, I hear the stars, I hear the rolling thunder, thy power throughout the universe displayed. Then sings my soul, my Savior God, to thee, how great thou art, how great thou art. Good? It's just a warm-up song, was it? So this is the actual one I'm doing, so let me just check it out real quick. Not that it's going to make any difference, but... First you gave me my life, then you filled my life with love. Sorry? I think it's okay, yeah. It's because there's no other sounds. I think if you feel it's right, no, then it's right. Leave it like this. And it's also different. Ishwaram Monday. Yes, I'll be there. It's there, back, but like, it's like only 60% back. It's not at 100. Yeah, but still, I'll send a couple of them. Ishwaram Monday. Huh? Oh, okay. I'm not
प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् भूर्भुवस्सुवः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ
Sairam, and welcome back. And as promised, I have a little treat for everyone. In 1997, the YA leadership came up with an initiative to create a cassette tape, and everybody remembers those, right? Yeah, no. They don't work anymore sometimes. So, containing all original songs by YAs to present to Swami during the first ever World Youth Conference. And that was in 1997, just to remind you. And that was held in Prashanti Nilayam in July of that same year. So our dear brother Martin Wagner had the opportunity to write a song, and it was included in this cassette. And Martin says that he's always felt overwhelmed and very grateful to Swami for everything Swami is and means to the world, and what he means to Martin himself personally. And so he sings this song today for us. It's a prayer, an ode to Swami, thanking him, named Thy Grace. Sairam.
First you gave me my life, then you filled my life with love. And the lessons that I learned over the years, you designed to bring us close. The ups and downs are now all clear, I have nothing left to fear, there's nothing left to fear. Oh, oh, oh. Satya Sai Baba, I thank thee, my Lord, for all of thy grace. Satya Sai Baba, I thank thee, my Lord, for all of thy grace. You came for us in human form. Satya Sai, you are the one. You've come to lead us back to where we all came from. You've come to show us we're all one. Brighter than the brightest light, your love enlightens us day and night. You enlighten us day and night. Oh, oh, oh. Satya Sai Baba, I thank thee, my Lord, for all of thy grace. Satya Sai Baba, I thank thee, my Lord, for all of thy grace. Satya Sai Baba, I thank thee, my Lord, for all of thy grace.
you, Martin. That was so touching. So incidentally, I'll put Greg on the spot here, but Martin, Greg, and Eric, our next speaker, all three of you guys were in together for that World Conference. Wonderful memories, I'm sure. And I think Seema was telling me that she was there too, so wonderful. So that brings us to our next speaker that all of us know, Mr. Eric Wing. Eric grew up by attending SSC and with Satya Sai Baba's teachings. Having Swami's love in his life has made all the difference, he says. He has been involved in the Sai organization as several roles as an officer, and the experiences Eric has had with Swami and with devotees has had a profound effect on him. Studying Swami's teachings and being part of the Sai organization has transformed him. And for Eric, love is everything. It's the path and the goal. The first time I actually saw Eric, and I'll say saw, and Eric probably doesn't remember this, was at a retreat in Goleta near Santa Barbara, and I think many of you may have been there. And at that time, Jack Hislop was the speaker. And there weren't many children, so I got to attend and listen to Jack Hislop. And you know, no matter what age you are, he resonates with everyone. But most recently, of course, over the years, I've been working with Eric, and you know, one thing I can say is that he tirelessly works for Swami and with Swami, and it's a wonderful opportunity to serve alongside with him. So please help me welcome Mr. Eric Wing.
Sairam. It's a pleasure to see everyone. I would say brothers and sisters, but I would say family and friends too, to all of you. So, you know, I'm incredibly honored to be here. Swami has shown me, and I know many of you might understand this, his calling card. He's shown me all day that he's with me in various different ways. From Nilayam mentioning Martin, I was at that young adult conference in '97. Martin had the song on the tape. We brought all these tapes with us from the United States through Bangalore, and the customs person there said, "You can't do this." We had big boxes of tapes, and we brought them with us, and finally he said, "Okay, you can go." And we gave that cassette tape to everybody there at the conference. Greg had a few things going on during that conference, which included Ronnie, which is amazing. So, but then I was in a performance in front of Swami, and I was wearing an American Indian headdress. Not the one that's here, the one that goes the feathers all the way down. And I had a breastplate on, and I was representing America and the American Indians. We had a wonderful skit, and I told Martin about this today. Martin, of course, had a wonderful conversation with him on various topics today. Anyway, Swami in the Purnachandra sits in the chair in the middle, and we had done our skit, and I came off, and I was sitting there in my Indian headdress and breastplate, but I could see him walk all the way down, and he lifted his robe for his feet, and he was walking and looking down at his robe, and I could see from his feet to his head and to his feet to his head, And he came off, and he was walking right towards me. And then he raised his eyes and he said, Sairam. Sairam. And then he went past me. But it was very sweet. It was a nice moment. And Martin and I, and then is it possible to show the last slide, Arvind? Maybe my introductory slide. This is really, is there one up there of me? And so this picture is kind of interesting. What you'll see in there is you'll see myself with maybe just a little bit darker hair, just a little, and maybe a little younger. And this is November 22nd. This is the day before Swami's 75th birthday. This is probably the most attended day other than Swami's birthday. You can only imagine how busy it was in the ashram. Greg and Martin and I went to line up for darshan at like midnight. And it was first come, first serve, and we came and the Sevadal said, "What are you doing? You can't come at midnight." So we went around the corner and we waited for 5 minutes and we came back. And he said, "Okay, go up on the hill." And so they put us on the steps to the wish fulfilling tree. And we sat there all night. And when they opened up the gates, we were one, because it was first come, first serve, we were 1, 2, 3. And we went in and we looked and we didn't even strategize on where to sit, except the driveway was open. So we went immediately to the driveway, and you might recognize, for those of you who look carefully down the line of the ladies, there's lots of ladies there that have been with the organization, and anyway, Greg and Martin and I are right there. And then one last beautiful little story before I even begin my talk. I've already let a few minutes go by here, but one last beautiful story was that particular day, darshan ended, and Swami went in. And of course, we're not giving up that driveway spot. And so we're in this perfect position. And Swami comes out, and I can see him as he's walking along the ladies' side in the brass hand railing. I can see him every once in a while look at me. And then he would walk a little bit further, and then he would look at me. And I thought, oh my God, he's coming over here. Every time he's done that to me, he comes to talk. He's spoken to me in the past, and I thought, oh my God, Swami. And the Vedas are, I can't chant the Vedas very well, but da-da-da-da, and they're on the loudspeaker, and I'm looking at Swami, and he comes over, and I get up on my knees, and I'm as close, this is just me. I wanted to be as close as I could to Swami, so I'm very close to Swami's face, even on my knees. And he said, he looked at me with a sideways glance down at me. And he said, "Where are you from?" And I said, "California." And it was so powerful because the Vedas are chanting in the background. It's November 22nd, the day before his birthday. I could look at him and then my eyes would drop to his golden buttons. And then he'd say something and I'd look again. But it was so sweet. I cannot put it into words because he was looking at me through this sideways, very wonderful glance. And then I sat down, and you cross your legs. You sit down, and some of us cross maybe right over left, left over right. Well, mine is left over right. And as I brought my right leg over, Swami stepped forward. And as if it was in slow motion, if anybody would ever try to do this in their lives, they could never do it. But his toe and my toe went like this. Ding! I can't even do it with my fingers. Perfectly, sweetly. And I thought, oh my gosh, I messed up. I hit Swami. And then I realized, no. That was on purpose. And he stepped back, and then he gave me this, "Don't worry, I'm here forever." And that was just a beautiful moment. So that picture tells 1,000 stories. So let me go to the beginning. I got stuck on a story there. Brothers and sisters and friends and family, I'm so honored and pleased, and I have to say thank you to Swami for absolutely everything. He is taking care of us every moment. So I thought Doris's speech was extremely sweet, just jam-packed full of love. And it was, again, one of these little signs that Swami gave, because she talked a little bit about church and Christianity. And I thought, I wonder, how many of you liked that song that she played? How many of you liked it a lot? Okay. So I loved that song. I love gospel music. And I think that if ever there is a thing that will move me, it's gospel music. Christian gospel music, believe it or not, even though I'm not really attracted to Christianity. But what a sweet song, and what a sweet lady, and a wonderful person. And it was just a gift to me. And my family is Christian. My great grandfather was a Methodist minister. His daughter, if you can believe it, in a Christian household, his daughter's name was Leah, which was my grandmother, which is a Christian name. And then my mother, of course, is Patricia. And all of them were involved in the Methodist Church and Sunday school teachers, and that's how I started until Swami came and grabbed Mom out of the sand, out of the millions of particles of sand. He grabbed my mother, and then that changed my life. So it's absolutely stunning to hear what she said. Lastly, I'll just say I love the discourse on food, and I think it's very important that we take good food for our thoughts. And then the other way we can do, the one thing that is to pray over the food. Pray will finally purify it. So, Aradhana Day, and here we are. This is a celebration of Swami's life, which is impossible. It's impossible for us to do, but we'll do our best. You know, for me, I will say it is really important for me to understand the significance of Swami. And so I thought I would start with a few things. It's not right if I even said anything about what I think about Swami, but I'll let Swami talk about what he says. And so these things I'm about to say are either paraphrased from what Swami said, or I may even read a quote. And they relate to the uniqueness of the SSSIO avatar. And so, Swami, forgive me in advance if I make any mistakes. So, you know, one thing that's fascinating to me also is that the sage, Bharadwaja, Swami says, did penance for a long time. Dr. Reddy knows this story very, very well, but hundreds of years, and then it didn't work, and he did it again. He did 100 more, 300 years. I can't remember the number. And finally, it wasn't working, and through a series of events, Shiva and Shakti, they told him that Shiva and Shakti would be born in his lineage 3 times. And so what came of that is Shirdi Sai, Satya Sai, and Prema Sai. Obviously, we're in the Kali Yuga now, and so this is the 10th avatar, the Kalki. And instead of, and I'll read this. This is a couple really fascinating quotes that Swami says about the 3 of these avatars. The previous avatar, Shirdi, now this is Swami speaking, the previous avatar, Shirdi, laid the base for secular integration and gave mankind the message of duty is God. The mission of the present avatar is to make everyone realize that the same God or divinity resides in everyone. People should respect, love, and help each other, irrespective of color and creed. The third avatar will promote the evangelic news that not only does God reside in everybody, but everybody is God. That will be the final wisdom that will enable every man and woman to go to God. The 3 avatars carry the triple message of work, worship, and wisdom. So that gives us a little insight into the three avatars. And then the thing that is just stunning to me, this is what's stunning, and I couldn't believe it when I first understood it. You know, Doris said something really interesting in her talk where she talked about, I believed in, and I know she does, in Jesus. And you have a concept of a dualistic God in heaven. If you would have asked me When I was young, I would have said, I don't know, maybe there's an escalator up to heaven, and there's a man sitting on a throne there. That's the understanding that a person has. But then they start to learn other things. They start to read Swami's teachings, and they are we are transformed. So this is something that I think is really, really interesting. Swami has said, the periods of time come and go. So time repeats itself. And in fact, the 4 yugas, the Kali Yuga we're in, they also come and go over and over. And each time the 10 avatars come. And the Kali Yuga avatar comes, the Kalki avatar comes. In the present Kali Yuga, though, the 10th avatar, the Kalki, and this is Swami talking, has split into 3 aspects of Shirdi, Satya, and Prema Sai Baba. And he goes on to say that this has not happened in the past and can only be seen in this present Kali age. Sai avatars neither have taken place in the earlier yugas, in the early Kali yugas, nor will they take place in the future. So not only, it would be enough, it would be more than enough if I said we were here and we had a teacher who was someone that had done a lot of penance, and we would be thrilled that we had a teacher, a spiritual teacher. Then if I said, what if we had an avatar come, and for some reason we know of him, and he's the Kalki avatar, and we found significance in that, and we would be 1,000,000 times blessed. Now we say that never in the history of time that comes and goes like waves has there been a triple avatar, a triple Sai avatar. And now I say, how lucky are we? It's difficult. It's difficult to even put into words how fortunate we are to be in this age with Shirdi, Satya, and Prema. And then Doris said today something that I said, she looked at my speech, because there's a comment that Swami says about this Satya Sai form. This Satya Sai form is incredibly special. This human form in which every divine entity, every divine principle, that is to say, all the names and forms ascribed by man to God are manifest. You are very fortunate that you have the chance to experience the bliss of the vision of the form, which is the form of all gods now in this life, in this particular life. I wanted to try to implore us all, and I'm speaking to myself more than I am anybody here, never forget this. Never forget for a moment how blessed we are. 3 times blessed, 1,000,000 times blessed. We have no concept of how blessed we are. And then finally, I would be remiss if I did not read to you something that I think is incredibly special regarding what Swami has said about himself, the Tripura Rahasyam. Forgive my translation. This is extracted from a speech from Sri Sai Giridhar Sai Ram, and this speech was given in the immediate divine presence at Sai Kualt Hall. And he related this story to all of those present. And he said, once a devotee asked Swami, what is the Tripura Rahasyam? And Swami smiled and said, let me tell you a story. And he continued, Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwara once had a doubt. Now, if we have a doubt, we can go to our teacher. If great masters have a doubt, they approach Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. But if these lords themselves have a doubt, whom will they approach? And so Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwara approached Shakti, or Tripura Devi, who created them, the Shakti that even had manifested them. And the mother Tripura Devi humbly submitted and said, even I do not have the answer to your questions. But I do know where you can find an answer to these questions of yours. And so she took Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwara of that universe to a location. And it had a huge gateway. And she flung it open, and there they saw a long hallway. And this is Swami talking. Swami then said, on both sides of the hallway, there were thousands of thrones. And the four legs of the thrones were Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwara, and Tripura Devi. These three gods who had this doubt in their minds were stunned to see thousands of Brahma, Vishnus, Maheshwaras, and Tripura Devis. They thought they were alone. But then they were even more inquisitive in that moment to find out whom all of those gods were prostrating to. And at the end of the hallway, they saw these beautiful divine lotus feet. And when they craned their neck to see who that personality was, they saw Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba. And so we come full circle from how blessed we are to have a great teacher, how blessed we are to be here today, how blessed we are to be with a Kalki avatar. In fact, the triple avatar of Shirdi, Satya, and Prema, and then a description of this form, this particular form, being so far beyond what we can ever really think. So those are some of the words that I find absolutely beautiful and mesmerizing and faith-building on this day of remembering Swami. So then, what shall we say then about what is Swami's message? What are his teachings? And I don't have to, there's nobody here that I don't know who doesn't know his teachings, but it's a good thing to go over. And I have a little spin on it, just a touch. You know, his life, Swami always says his life is his message, and his message is love. And love actually is who we are. We are embodiments of love. And another message that Swami says is love all, serve all. These are very, I remember reading a book called Good Chances by Howard Levin, and he was a hippie in the 70s, and a lot of hippies went to India to see Swami, and he met some of his friends on the train who had been seeing different teachers, and they said, oh boy, big teaching, love all, serve all. Well, it's the most potent teaching because it has everything contained in it, and unfortunately they didn't understand that. So love all, serve all implies an understanding of surrender. It's an understanding that everything we experience, everything we see, all the people we meet, all of the circumstances that actually happen to us are Swami. Life itself, life is the great teacher as Swami. Swami is we say he's our life, but he's literally everything we experience. So Nilayam mentioned Dr. Hislop, and Dr. Hislop was actually, my son is named John after John Hislop. And one of the things that I remember very clearly, I really liked him very much. I was interested in the way that he talked about Swami. And one of my friends went to see him. He was on his deathbed. And this person asked him, she asked Dr. Hislop, do you have any message for the Sai centers? And he said, yes. Tell them to never stop thinking of Swami. That was his last message. And so I remembered that. I think our thoughts, as we mentioned in our quote, our thoughts are so critical because I think even Swami said it's your future. The thoughts you're having now are the future you're going to act on those. You're going to have those kinds of thoughts. So one of the things that's really impressed me is to watch my thoughts and focus on Swami. And then, like I said, everything is happening according to the will of Swami, and everything is for our good. These are some of the teachings that Swami had. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about transformation, and I'll tell you a little bit about my own, because I think it has some ways I think we can transform. I told you my idea of Christianity and how each of us has an idea of who we are. And I would say that don't get caught up in who you think you are at all. You might think you have faults or good traits. You might feel that you are not going to make it. You can't make it. What matters is to remember that we have come across at this point. We're not here, in my opinion, with Swami now out of chance or luck. We are not, we're not at the, I won't say we're not at the beginning, but we are at a point where what can happen is Swami can save us. In some ways, I feel like we have swum across the ocean and we are drowning in the waves. And who's coming out from the beach to pull us ashore? It's Swami. And so we always be positive. Always think that you're going to, get better. That another thing that really changed my life was I was young. I had, I was looking for work, and what do we do when we're going through a hard time? Dear God, help me, We all call from the bottom of our hearts. And so I called from the bottom of my hearts to Swami. Swami, you have to save me. It really wasn't that bad of a situation, but it was, and Swami saved me. And then I realized, oh my gosh, I reached out to Swami and he's helped me. I need to find a way to love Swami. I'm interested in saying the name Rama. I say the name Rama quite a bit. Rama, Rama, Rama. And I thought, but I'm saying it mechanically. I'm not saying it in a way that is with love. And so I might have been 20 or so, maybe 19. And I thought, well, I'm going to love Swami and say the name. And then I thought, I don't even know what love is. Who do I love? And I loved my parents. I loved my mother very much and my father. And there was a certain, you could remember that. I could remember their faces. I could remember the way they looked, and this love would well up in my own heart. And so what I did is I took that love that I had for Swami, for my parents, and I superimposed it onto Swami while I was saying the name Rama. So I have the love of my parents, Swami's form, and the name of Rama. But what happened was this unbelievable love blossomed in my heart. I can't put that love into words at all, and it has remained. It is a moment in which I literally fell in love with Swami. And that, of course, has changed the course of my entire life. He has saved me over and over and over. My friend Leslie has a story in which he and his mother were with Swami, and Swami says, "Yes, I saved him again." And that's what I think of when I think of how many times Swami has come to my rescue over and over and over. And so I then began to think, and we talked a little bit about it today with some of the quotes and Doris, this idea of giving back. Then it started to occur to me, Swami just keeps giving me his love. It's not proper for me to ask for more. He's given so much. So I began to work in Swami's organization. I began to find ways to serve him, and it's not my way of giving back. It's just my way of being grateful to Swami. And what it turned out to be was more gifts from Swami, because even his work it's very difficult to understand the work that we put in, coming back in a way, and this is not a give and take. For me, it's not like that. It's just Swami's infinite love being sweet. And so if everything, he just shows me his love all of the time. And the work has transformed me. working with a few of you here on different projects, on serving the homeless, on just doing whatever it takes to serve the devotees is really where I feel the most happy. And so Swami has taken me from a little boy with a skateboard and a basketball to now thinking and remembering him as this unbelievable force in my life. So, and then finally, we mentioned it a little bit. How do we use this chance to sanctify our lives? I just can't stress it enough. We have an opportunity every moment to be in the moment, to think about Swami, to let the past moment go, to plan well, to work hard, and there is nothing that replaces, as Swami says, turn the key towards God, you get God, turn the key towards the world. And so you can turn your own work into Swami's work, you can turn your work in the organization directly to Swami's work. Everybody you meet, you can see Swami in them. And so these are great ways that Swami talks about in which you can think of him. And so we can repeat his name, and I just can't stress that life is the guru, and the idea of life is Swami himself in every single action. So I think the idea that we're in this special place with Swami, that we can that try to think of him every single moment is why we come together today. So, are there any questions to me about my own personal life? No? Okay. Well, then I'll end with a quote: "Bear all and do nothing. Hear all and say nothing. Give all and take nothing. Serve all and be nothing." I'd like to thank Swami for this wonderful chance and this opportunity on this special day, and all my love, my sincere love to each and every one of you as we go forth. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram, and thank you very much, Eric. As Eric said, we are very, very lucky. We are lucky to be here today, but most importantly, we're lucky to know of Swami. And there are billions of people in the world, but there's just a few handful of us that were able to know him, experience him, and love him. So we should never forget that. And of course, we've all, as Eric was speaking, we all probably remember our own transformation. And as we continue to transform every day, and as we come to sessions or even what we do at home, our own sadhana, Swami had once told Ranima that sadhana is 2/3 self-inquiry. And I think it's that self-audit, taking that time to look at ourselves, and then the transformation continues. So Sai Ram, I have a few announcements to make it, so if we can have the slides up, please. A reminder, next slide, that every Saturday here at Sai Prema Nilayam, we have bhajans and a speaker, and that starts at 10 a.m. every Saturday. So rain or shine, earthquake or not, there is a session here every Saturday. Next slide. Just a couple of region events that will be occurring here at the same time, starting at 10. On May 3rd is Ishwarama Day, so we will start with Vedas, bhajans, and 2 beautiful programs by the SSC children. On May 10th, we'll have a Buddha Purnima, same timing, we'll start at 10 a.m. Next slide. If you want to get your cameras ready, and you can do that QR code there, we'll be joining Region 3. They've graciously allowed us to join them, and they have 3 wonderful speakers, and this is during the Memorial Day weekend, and so it'll be on Saturday and Sunday. They have Mr. Suresh Govind, or Dr. Suresh Govind, Arvind Balasubramanya and Vahini Pillai. It is online, virtual obviously, so you can join. The only caveat is you're going to have to wake up quite early because it is on East, it's in the southeast area, so it starts at 9 a.m. their time, which is 6 a.m. our time, but how wonderful, and with Arvind speaking, I'm sure you'll wake up. How wonderful it is to wake up listening to Swami's beautiful words through all these wonderful devotees. So that's those 2 days. If you want to capture that, we will send out an email regarding that so that you can all join. The next slide will tell you about the next meeting that they have. That's the Dallas conference in July. And again, there's a QR code there, so if you want your cameras and you click that, it'll take you to the website. If you haven't registered, please register. It's a wonderful conference that's occurring over those few days. And lastly, the next slide there, and the big QR code there too, please go ahead and click on that, and it'll take you to the website there. And that is the meeting that we will have here, which is Sai 100, the birthday celebration. And please, 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 I request all of you to register, because not only is it going to be a beautiful event, but as I had said last time I was up here, we need your help. We are the hosting city or state or region, should I say, and so we need your help, and we need all the help we can get. And so please, as you see it, the QR code, I'll hold it up there for a couple more seconds. Click on it, it'll take you to the site, and then press register, and please register. And as many days as you can come, but we'd like you to come to for all the days. It starts on the 19th, which starts the Ladies' Day, all the way up to Swami's birthday, the 23rd. So hope to see you all there, but of course, see you along the way on the many, many events that we have coming up. Thank you very much for being here today and to be with me during this most just glorious event of Aradhana and Easter. It's so wonderful to be with my Sai family as always. And we'll see you next time. We'll end with closing prayers. Jai Sai Ram.
Guru tu, Siddha Buddha tu, Skanda Vinayaka, Savita Pavaka tu, Savita Pavaka tu, Brahma Mazda tu, Yahva Shakti tu, Yeshu Pita Prabhu tu, Rudra Vishnu tu, Rama Krishna tu, Rahima Tavo tu, Rahima Tavo tu, Vasudeva tu, Vishwarupa tu, Chidananda Hari tu, Advitiya tu, Akala Nirvaya, Atmalinga Shiva tu, Atmalinga Shiva tu, Atmalinga Shiva tu. Om Jai Jagadish Hare, Swami Satya Sai Hare, Bhakta Jana Samrakshaka, Bhakta Jana Samrakshaka, Pati Maheshwara. Om Jai Jagadish Hare, Shashivadana Shrikara, Sarva Pranapate, Swami Sarva Pranapate, Ashrita Kalpalatika, Ashrita Kalpalatika, Abadbandava. Om Jai Jagadish Hare, Mata Pita Guru Deva Mariyanta Yunive, Swami Mariyanta Yunive, नाद ब्रह्म जगन्नाथ नाद ब्रह्म जगन्नाथ नागेन्द्र शयन ॐ जय जगदीश हरे ओंकार रूप हो जय शिव साई महादेवा सत्य साई महादेवा मंगल आरती अंधको मंगल आरती अंधको मंगल गिरिधारी ओम जय जगदीश हरे नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण 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 ओम नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम जय सद्गुरुदेवा नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण 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 ओम नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम जय सद्गुरुदेवा नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण 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 ओम नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम जय सद्गुरुदेवा शांति 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 समस्त लोका सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्त लोका सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्त लोका सुखिनो भवन्तु शांति शांति शांति
May all the worlds be happy. Jai Sai Ram.